Hello? Are we good? Hello, am I here? Am I back? Are we all good? Alright, hold on. Everything's working. Seems to be alright so far. Okay. Testing, testing. One, two.
Thirsty.
I say testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Hey, Lyra. Thanks for the hydrate. Oh, goodness. Good to know that works. Yeah, it works. How are you doing, sweetheart? Are you resting? Taking care of yourself? Drinking lots of water? You better be. You better be. Thank you, Big Rock. I appreciate that. Thank you. Take 2 on this. Because packet loss is a thing. Packet loss is a thing. Trying, but good to see you're back and safe. I'm glad to be back and safe. Ugh. Hurricane evacuation is no joke. Was it a surprise vacation? Yes. Was it necessarily the most fun thing on the planet? No. But at least we're all safe. The house is okay. We're okay. The cats are okay. We're all okay. So that's the good thing. That's the good thing. Yes, I am glad to be back. I have been homesick for quite a while. I was getting homesick starting about last Thursday. Yeah. Starting about last Thursday, I was getting pretty homesick. And that was when I was still evacuated. So we just rolled with it. We rolled with it. Rolled with the tide almost. Anyways. Hi, everybody. Welcome in. Happy Tuesday. Good to see you. Oh, goodness me. I have missed you guys. I've missed you guys. Hey, Tabari!
Bears 907 is serving for 26 more months.
Hey!
There, Aria. I'm
Hey!
so glad that you and your family are okay and happy early birthday.
Oh, thank you, Tabares. Thank you, Tabares. Thank you for that 26th month resub. 26 months! That's 2 years and 2 months, buddy. Thank you so much. Welcome once again to the Officer Shadeslayer group, even though you never officially left. Thank you so much for that, Tavares. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Yes, I'm glad to be back. I am glad to be back, Beat. Oh my gosh. I am glad to be back. That was a pretty quiet time during last week. Yeah. Yeah, it was. During that time, my brain literally overloaded. Hence all of the drawings that I have made. And there are several that I have made that I have not showed you guys yet, so prepare for lots of drawings shown in the artwork channel over the next couple of days. Oh, thank you, Squid James, for the hug. I appreciate that. Oh, goodness. I cannot wait to jump in and get some great Ace Attorney action on. Before that, I have a couple of things that I want to mention. If you check in the channel points, there should be a couple of new stuff. Couple of new blurps that I added. See if you can figure out which ones are new. I challenge y'all. Most of them, I think that all the new ones are 100. So, they shouldn't be super expensive. Oh, hold on, I'm getting a phone call.
Oh no, he's
You found 2 of them. You found 2 of them. I think there's one more that I added. We'll see if you can find it. And you brought something back, huh? Huh? Brought
We're
something
so happy
back.
that you and the family are alright after what happened, Arya. We all missed you so much and
Aw.
we were so worried, so thankfully everything went well and everyone is okay.
Yeah.
I unfortunately can't stay for long because I have midterms in about 10 days,
Oh,
but
no
I hope that
worries.
you all enjoy the
you
stream.
fair enough.
Heart,
There's
heart,
something on the
heart.
passenger seat.
Oh my gosh, so much going on. I appreciate it, Dark. Good luck on your studying for your midterms. You got this. Also, yes, I did turn the talk as Luke back for 5 minutes thing. I put that back because I forgot I turned it off at one point and didn't put it back. So, I put that back. Thank you for the head pat. And also the okay, fair enough is the last new one. So we have. So for the new ones, in case y'all didn't hear, we have no. No. We have no, and we have okay, fair enough, from the same guy, Bill Wurst, and then we have oh no, he's hot. So you can use those at your own leisure. I'm gonna use the oh no, he's hot all the time. Just letting you know, boss. I figured that was going to happen. I kind of planned for it. Why do you think I added it? Why do you think I added it? I added it for that reason. And that reason only. Anyways, before we go ahead and jump into the game, there is one more thing that I want to do first. Alright, hold on. Let me go ahead and set up the screen here. There's something that I wanted to, because I want to show you a groovy theme that I listened to quite a bit during the time I was away. So, you're welcome, everybody. This one's for you. Yes, bop time! Hit the music, yeah! We're listening to a bop. That's what's happening, Grandma. It's Capcom. It still counts. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, Mega Man 9. Good old Galaxy Man. I am, Maddie. We're just listening to a bop first. That's all. Because Galaxy Man is a bop. Ah! So dang groovy. Yeah, huh? The spinning Sonic and Narwhal. That riff. Oh. And there you go. That's my bop of the day. You're welcome, chat. My daily
In the words
bop
of
of the
Earthworm
day.
Jim, groovy.
Groovy. Absolutely. Adding this to my playlist at ASAP. Aha. Yes. Do it. Do it. Alright. Now, for the actual reason that we are all here. Also, don't forget to call for Luke. Oh, right! Yeah, Luke, it's your turn, buddy. Oh! Well, it's certainly been a while since you called on me. Yeah, it has, buddy, but you got this. Okay. Well, here I go, I suppose. Hello, everyone. It's been a little bit. Hope y'all are doing well. Well, unfortunately, for me, I've kind of been bored. Aria's left me at the house the whole time. I'm sorry, we couldn't fit you in the trunk with us. Well, I'm not that big. I could have fit in there somewhere. Buddy, we were gonna squish you in the trunk. Fair enough, I suppose. It's very rainy, but I'm alright. Hello, Dark Gravity. Hello, Mega Rock. Hello, Squid James. Screen too bright. Alright, Lyra. Get some good rest. Thank you for the lurk. Appreciate it. Get some good rest. Oh, goodness me. What on earth are we doing now? It's been a long time since I popped in here. Hello, Kevix. Welcome in. Good to see you. Hello, Lightning Jade. Hello, Hotman. Hold on. Ori, I think they're speaking to you. Oh, you're right. Hello, Lightning Jade. The Jade has arrived. And Hotman, thank you. Whoa! Luke, I think we just got raided.
Incoming raid from Star
What's that?
2 with
What's
6
that mean?
viewers.
It means
Welcome.
that people from other streams have come to say hello. Hi, Stara. Thank you so much for the raid. Good to see you. Holy moly. We haven't even started the game yet. We've just kind of been, we're still conversing. Hello. Hello, Stara. Hello, Volcano Man. Hello, Gray Fox. Welcome in. It's so good to see you all. I missed you guys too. Hi, Gray Fox. Hello. Hello, everybody. Welcome into stream. Okay, now I'm jumping off the stream. Bye, Squid James. Get some good rest. Welcome in, Raiders. For those of you who are new, my name is Aria. I am a voiceover artist on YouTube. But as you can see, I also love to play games and stream over here on Twitch. It's good to see you. We love all the chaos here. Let's get off the rails. Apparently. Well, welcome in, Raiders. Good to see you. Hi, Stara. What were you up to today? Oh, just chatting, I see. What were y'all doing on the stream today? What were y'all... Ah! Hi, Vanica. Ah! You alright, Luke? I'm alright. It's just metal pipes give me terrible flashbacks. Oh, goodness. Yeah, they would. Yes, my family and I are all safe. Except you left me all alone. I'm sorry. Couldn't fit you in the trunk. Was doing a short stream since I need to wake up early. Ah, gotcha. So if you need to go get that rest so you can wake up bright and early. Me pretty much storytelling spooky stories. Oh no, I don't like scary stories. I don't like scary stories. I don't either, Luke. I don't either. Very relieved to hear you and your family safe after all this happened. Yeah, it was pretty chaotic. Certainly chaotic for me. Oi. What? I left you books to read. Yeah. And? I'll make sure you get a good pot of tea and some biscuits later, alright? Fair enough. Putting a comical twist to it. Ah, fair enough. Trunk, I thought you were off eating sandwiches and tea back in London, Luke. Remember, Luke is currently in America right now. Remember that. Remember what happened at the end of Unwound Future. He's currently in America. So, like the girl who wanted to be a Disney princess. Oh, I see. I see. I get ya. Her wish came true. Hey! Wish is coming true. It's
Okay,
just
fair enough.
Yes, that is an exact moment to use that. Well, at least it wasn't too scary. Once the rain passed, it was all right. Yeah, it was all good. Unfortunately, she was the Wish Princess, aka Asha. Okay, unpopular opinion. I thought Wish was pretty good. Unpopular opinion. Oh, hold on. That's the 5-minute timer done. Alright, Luke. Alright. You know where to find me if you need me. Alright. Later, buddy. Now that's the scary part.
Did you fix your Squire?
I'm trying to. For some reason, I keep installing the plugin, but it's not working. It's not showing up. I'm still working on it. I don't know why it's not working. I'm working on it. Like I said, unpopular opinion, I thought Wish was pretty good. Luke didn't even play. That's alright. That's alright. That's probably for the best. Alright. Go get some sleep, Stara. Get some good rest. Thank you so much for stopping by, and thank you to all the raiders for stopping by as well. Yes, thank you, Stara. Bye-bye. Go get some good rest. For those of you who are sticking around from the raid, if you want to, I hope that you will enjoy the rest of the stream, or if you're just lurking, I appreciate that as well. If you ask me, Wish was a movie where Disney was desperate. Everyone knows that this ain't the end of Disney because they're too big to fail. Again, unpopular opinion. I didn't think I didn't think that Wish was desperate. I thought it was pretty good. So, kind of unpopular opinion there. But hey, Shiji! Hey! Thank you for the CHG line. Alrighty. Without further ado, though, let us get into the game. It is time. It is finally time. I understand. I'm just sharing mine. Yeah, perfectly understandable, hot man. Perfectly understandable. Never seen Witch, actually? I would recommend at least watching it once. So that, you know, you can kind of build your own opinion. Rather than listening to reviews online, kind of thing. I would rather if you haven't watched the movie, I would say watch it before voicing an opinion. Because how can you really make an opinion if you've never seen it? That's my thought process on it anyways. Alrighty. Let's get into the game. Oh! And here we are. Hold on.
Ash, I mean me. I am using telepathy for now until the thing is fixed.
Hey, fair
At
enough.
least that's what Mega Rock tells me.
That's exactly it, buddy. Oh, and here we go. Gotta do the bop. Ah. Such a good theme. Moment to vibe. It's been a little bit. It's been a little bit since it's been a little bit since we've heard this. Alright. Alrighty, Hot Man. Go get that work done. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Thank you for stopping by. Stay sharp. Alrighty. Let's do this. Let's go ahead and continue our adventure.
Anyway, we should be able to finish this GAA stream before the 4-hour mark.
True. Potentially. Potentially. We're still in part 3. I believe there's another part of the trial left. So, who knows? Makes sense for Ash to be a telepath since Capcom is full of mind readers. I mean, fair enough, Dark. Perfectly fair. That is perfectly fair. That is perfectly fair. Alright. Let's do this. Where are we at this? Now, where are we at here? Let's see if we are. Oh! Okay. So I believe this is Gina's testimony. I believe. Because last time, we convinced her to tell the truth about what happened in the omnibus case. So, let's go ahead and see what Gina has to say about the omnibus case from way back in case 3. Oh boy. It feels like forever ago now that we were in that case. Truth that brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over me head, and that pair of the roof deck went to call the cops. That's when McGill had slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Oh, Gina.
Good grief! This is outrageous! What you've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord.
Ah, hi, Zeeks.
Then, there's every chance I may have
words.
adjudicated in error in McGilded's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes.
Oh no, he's hot!
With that pose, too. That timing. Wow.
Without doubt, your lordship is correct. The great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yet, the actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable.
I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies. The McGilded fellow was rotten to the core. Don't forget that lawyer from the east. They were all in on it together. You're wrong, Delatia. Mr. Nardo, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it.
Humbug!
I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that?
He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free!
Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop. I added those before this stream, Metal Spider.
Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilded's pawn articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing.
Hey, thanks, Zeeks.
No.
No! No.
Thanks, Frog Owls. Appreciate it.
Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial.
Okay,
of course,
fair enough.
my lord.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, fair enough. Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo.
Our counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination.
It's a good question. The problem is, what do I cross-examine her on? Well, I guess the only thing we can do right now is press.
And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats.
Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all.
Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, do not? False testimony, my lord.
That's what he told me I'd say.
But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Or are Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances?
I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot.
What were they talking about?
Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying.
Perhaps business dealings of some kind.
Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe. And then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud at all.
And I believe you let out an involuntary scream.
Oh, of course she did. I mean, despite everything, she's still a kid. You know, that kind of stuff would make anyone, jump at least. Yeah. That's what gave me away. All right. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, hold on. I missed a statement, but we'll keep pressing.
There were 2 gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe.
Absolutely. Very much a natural reaction. That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGilded got out of sight. Got me out of sight.
Out of sight? Where?
Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to a halt, the 2 coves from the roof ran off to fetch the cops.
I'm thirsty.
Thank you for the hydrate. So now we're getting the real testimony of what happened.
If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene.
Alright, good luck with the studying, Dark. Thank you for stopping by. The real details indeed. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside.
The driver, yes. They also testified in the trial, I believe. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves. What did McGilded and the driver say to each other?
I don't know what happened and stuff like that mainly. Alright.
So what about this slipping the driver a note? That pawn shop obviously being Windibank's on Baker Street. Just a moment, Counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks.
McGilda took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful like before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it's got to be worth a few bob.
Yes, Gina was sure that the disc must be worth more than Mr. Windibank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon in the pawnbrokery.
The driver looked pretty happy when McGill had flashed some brass in his face. He went running off at a lick. Then the bog trotter called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin.
Alright.
So he threatened you not to say anything.
Hold it!
Threatened you how exactly?
Told me I'd only be able to scarf her if I did exactly what he said.
Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago.
Yeah, that's it. There was one other thing he said.
Which was?
He told me I have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it.
A ticket? Well, I never.
Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off of me before 2 months passed, I'd have to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug. Stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it.
Oh, really? Why on earth would Mr. McGilden have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police. It makes no sense at all. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilden had the driver deposit at Windibank's was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs.
Anyway, after that he let me go, so I legged it before the coppers showed up.
Well done, Gina. Can't have been easy to tell the truth like that.
Ginny's really putting her faith in you, Runo.
Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible.
It's time to really go for it. That's her on every statement.
I suppose I should.
Oh, and another thing.
What's that? Whoa!
Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange they've been whispering to each other over the entire time? That's suspicious. That's weird.
Yes, that is strange. It looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it.
Yeah, right in the middle of the courtroom, too.
Alright, let's press this statement real quick.
What a hag.
What a hag! Oh boy, indeed.
Was the disc you saw this disc?
Yeah, I reckon it probably was. Hey! Hey, Gregson!
Excuse me.
Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Grayson and Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon?
Yeah, mind sharing with the class? Mind sharing with the class?
Inspector, Mr. Graydon! Wow! Blimey, you trying to give me a heart attack? You've been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion? With this fella? Call the other one, sunshine! You think I got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. Will kindly refrain from talking amongst yourselves while the witness is giving testimony. Yes, sorry, my lord. What were those two talking about? Miss Lestrade, continue with your testimony, please.
There we go. Hold on. I think I do have to press that second statement as well, though. Do you think Gina's gonna be okay? Well, she will have to serve time for... She will have to serve time for perjury. That is kind of a given.
Was the disc you saw this disc?
Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor.
But this disc had belonged to the victim, perhaps.
I don't know, but McGill had picked it up pretty smartish. And there he sat at the cove with his knife, with a knife in his belly up on his seat.
What did he say to you at the time?
He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me loads of questions. Like what my name was and where I lived and all that. He asked me about being a diver too.
But after a while, what happened in the carriage was noticed.
Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise.
Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, Gilded took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life.
Ugh. Yikes.
Oh no, he's high!
I mean, you got that right, Lyra. You got that right.
Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Although I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident,
I looked over and... bonk!
the Gilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeit.
I didn't know what I should do for the ticket. I mean, the cove died right after his trial. I knew that.
So you decided you would try to claim the article as your own.
Well, why not, eh? They were only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime.
Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be?
Eh? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably going to sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime.
My lord, the evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir.
Oh, wow! The evidence that we requested way back in part 2, I think?
The mysterious little box, deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle.
Oh! And that's the end of part 3! Ta-da! Wow! So much progress! Alright. Well, That's the end of part 3. On to part 4! Here we go. What's next? What's next? Oh. Oh, wow.
Well, this is the article in question, is it?
Look at that. Not gonna lie, that's a cute little box. That's a cute little box.
A small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Windabank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop.
Quick, quick! Let's open it and see what's inside! It's a music box! Quick, put the disc in! Put that disc in right now!
Good gracious! This is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow! Although in truth I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord.
What are we waiting for then? Put the disc in! Put it in!
So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGillen's disc, deposited at Windabank's at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilden's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why? For heaven's sake. Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilden?
I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. That's what I've been saying! Put it in!
Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last.
Hold it!
What do you mean, hold it? What do you mean, hold it?
Wait, my lord! Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the summer atmosphere in the courtrooms with some silly bit of music.
Gregson, what are you up to? What did you do? What did you do?
Objection!
This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understand what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no! That piece of evidence is police property now. You can't... Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here.
What is going on here?
But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Ah! No further delays, please. Play the disc.
Here we go.
Oh, what on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. No. It's just the same note playing...
Is that Morse code? Is it Morse code?
Mr. Graydon. This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it?
No! No, it's not broken. It's Morse code.
Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it and drop it on the way back to the courtroom.
It's not broken! It's Morse code! It has to be!
Well, with much regret. I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Come on, Zeke, say something! Come on! We literally have a lady who can save Morse code! Are you ready to move on, Council? Come on! Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? It could be! It could be! It could be a clue! I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord! But how can it be? It's an abomination, Council. Mere noise! I fail to say how it had have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. Alright, come on! And that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my buddies, and answer me this. Oh! Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music! It's not supposed to be music! Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. At that, the smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Oh, we're definitely on the right track!
Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Runo.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are, to enlighten us, my dear buddies. Surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet.
Runo? I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all.
Really?
Really? The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway.
Thank you, Iris. Alright. Well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sound it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Morse code! Ah! Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? You'll finally get it, Ryunosuke! Let's go!
Something's just struck me, Bruno. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like this one the music box makes.
Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. Let's go! We've got it! I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. He needed coffee to figure it out. Maybe. Just a little bit. Maybe that shot of espresso. Your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all.
I'm thirsty.
Thank you for the hydrate.
And what the devil is it, Council? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nepalese friend presents proof now.
Oh, calm your haunches there, Von Zeeks. I'm getting there. Hold on, I think I'm about to sneeze. Nope, lost it. Dang it. Ugh.
Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. If I'm right, it's all going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds on the music box is...
I'm going to examine... Wait. Wait, hold on. Wait. What's this?
There's a sensational story lower down on the front page as well. Look!
Industry mobile? Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. For a 10-year-old, Iris certainly has her finger on the pulse of world news.
It's about secret communications between Britain and its allies. Apparently, they're being intercepted by hostile nations.
Communications are being intercepted? But how would someone be doing that?
That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Bruno?
No, of course not. I wonder, perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday.
Yes, it could be. And it could explain why he has Gregsy running from pillar to post at the moment.
Wait a minute! Could that mean the disc has a coded message on it? Maybe? Would it have a coded message on it? Is that what it is? Oh, hold on. That would make so much sense then. I'm gonna try it.
Take that!
I think this is it.
Today's paper, Council. The headline is Pawnbroker perishes in Pigpaws plunder. Hardly supportive of your clause. Ah, no, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down. Ministry mode. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter. Being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wire telegrams. Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please.
Stop. Oh, me, sir? Whatever is the matter?
You told the court before that you worked at the same communications station as Mr. Graydon, did you not?
Yes, that's correct.
And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports.
Oh, yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important.
Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound?
She's figuring it out! You don't mean to say... Is it?
That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code.
Finally! Finally! I've been saying that for the past 15 minutes! But I don't believe it! Maybe 10 minutes, but still.
Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that that music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code?
Oh!
Order! Please, everyone, order! But this is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason, and what is capital punishment? Sorts of words I'd half expect you to know. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGill had perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason, punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGill would incriminate him too much if it got in the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon?
Yeah, you're caught now!
You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. So in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
And by all means, counter the charges, sir.
Okay, Zeke's alright.
The prosecution demands the witness testify in response to the
He's
Gosh dang it, liar.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, fair enough. Exactly. He challenges him.
The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Winterbank, that being a most flagitious offense, for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. A heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon.
I'm surprised you haven't done an audio for Psycho Intelli. Psycho Intelli? I have no idea who that is. But welcome in, Pixelator. Welcome in. Good to see you.
So then, let us... Whoa! You're gonna let us have a rabbit in book here, Governor? We got things to say. I beg your pardon?
Wait! You guys again? Why are you here? Not the Mario Brothers again.
I'm headed. Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional batting. Name's Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. That's right. We're what they call the Free Skulkin Brothers. Oh, not this again. Not this again! Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing.
No worries, NK man. Good to see you.
Alright, here we go. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-caste brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway. What? I have no relation to the man. Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to do. If we known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Oh boy.
We went from murder to government conspiracy or government secrets leaking. Holy heck, this case has ramped up like mad.
Yeah, don't say! It certainly has!
Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Well, Mr. Alugov, what's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of 3, in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here.
We did, Gov. We did. How long did it take to get that cleared up?
Quiet and down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these 2 ruffians are referring to. You little rotter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer who Sobby was, eh? Poor bloke didn't have to die, did he? Ah! Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny these accusations.
Right. Right. Sure. Like, we believe that.
Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence.
No. No. Exactly. No. This strange music box only appears to be able to play a single tone. It was deposited at Windibank's 2 days before the Black Ogre Code. Alright, cross-examination time! A mere communications officer, by the way. That don't make sense. So, they aren't even Morse code, huh? Then what are they?
Hold it!
They're not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch. He looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance.
You forget where he lives! You forget where he's from! Crying out loud. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir.
A lesson? Here in court?
Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones.
Tones, you say?
Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters.
I see.
For example, this is A. And this is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear 1 tone, don't you?
But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything. There is no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code.
Oh, come on!
Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in future. Ugh. Stop. Nothing to say but stop.
Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it?
Iris?
I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely.
Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? Let's give it a try. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend? Repeat the same line of arguments ad infinitum. It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required. Dot and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. And what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages in Morse code?
Well, let's figure it out, shall we? Hold on, what's this?
Oh,
What is it, Bruno?
There's some kind of button here. That's what.
I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well.
Ah, you're right! Oh, come on then, what are you waiting for? Let's open it!
Alright then, here goes.
Look at that! There's another movement on the other side!
So, does that mean
You can set another disc to play.
you can set another disc to play back on this side?
Yes, I think so. And it looks like the 2 movements are linked together.
They're linked?
So if you had 2 discs, they would both play back at the same time.
Wait! We have that replica! We have that freaking replica!
Got it!
I found it!
Good gracious! What am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box? What? It appears, my lord, that the 2 movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code is comprised of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. With the second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry. This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilden 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly! I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Huh? Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere. But I haven't found it yet.
Oh dear. Looks like you need to give your arguments more strength, Bruno.
You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination.
Oh, dear. Oh, pish posh! What about what you have to say, huh?
Hold it!
Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah. Who else, eh? Silly me thought he was just popping over for a natter after all them years, but the Warder had a dodgy job for us. Hey, Ash. let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know. Sure, let's say Graydon's in old China. Hold on!
Excuse me.
Excuse me, what's going on here?
Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. What? Who? Me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together, way back when. Together? With Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now in his fancy whistling flute and you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. But when we was younger, he was from the poor start of town, just like us. Is that so? But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. Oh, blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Lieutenant Skulkin's milk run? That was a corker, eh? Save it until after the trial. The reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Oi, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong.
Okay, then.
Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow?
We're gonna add it to the testimony.
My lord. Yes, counsel? The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more. A skulkin's never skulkin'. Oh boy. Here we go.
Well, I guess we better learn about this.
Hold it!
I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate. But on what?
What about the business name, huh?
This business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved. Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, wasn't it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right. I thought a clever cloaks like you would have worked that one out. That is... Oh! Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? I don't...
Nah, this is important, buddy.
Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... It weren't the happiest of homes that one came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much his wife walked out on him.
Oh! Oh, dang! Well... Wow! Alright!
She took the name Braden then, see? But Ash will always be Milverton to us. Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all buncombe. I've been a grader ever since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, hmm? You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have to have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter to indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Gray. Oh! Ah! Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable, for once. You were born Ashley Milverton. Is that correct? Very well. Yes. Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important.
Alright. Telegraph operator at the Central Communications Station, whose last name was once Milverton years ago. He's a childhood friend of the Skulkin brothers. Oh boy. Oh, he is not happy. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage.
It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiations Jenny overheard in the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Winterbanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus.
Oh, excuse me.
It wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGifford.
No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickbreaker who was so horribly murdered.
If only there was some link between the two men somehow.
A link, huh? I have a theory. I have a theory, though. I have a theory.
I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers.
I've got to check something. Where is it? Where is it? Ah, here it is. The case notes of McGilded's case. Might as well take a look at those. We had Graydon's attention before. We might have his wrath soon, if not now. Yeah, Ash went on break that time for some reason. Oh dear. Then we refund those points back to you. Milverton! I was right! They are related! My theory in my head was that they were related, and they are! By blood! This is it!
Objection!
Mr. Ashley Milverton, tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And all we know, and as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say Saint alive?
Indeed! There it is!
Mr. Ashley Milverton. Is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? I don't. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is, you've been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Ah! Oh ho ho! The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you see, that you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. I didn't of this music box, you mean, Counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted these elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credits whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of that stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learnt of the situation, you appeared at Windibank's 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Eh? We never knew nothing about that! On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed. The intruder to the pawnbroker touched one item, and one item alone, the music box.
Hey!
Are rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera indeed. So, the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? Ah! 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery.
Oh boy! This is it! This is it!
One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders.
Hot red-armed, indeed.
Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it?
Oh!
He's got you now, me old shiner. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply.
Ah! Hey, Aiden. We have your blood prints, Graydon. Oh, heck yeah, we do.
Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Oh. Fine. I admit it. I was there in Winterbanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. As caught as my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in question. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Mr. Winterbank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon in the arm. Indeed, it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself.
Wait a minute. Then that means there must have been a third gun who shot Winterbanks. You have a gun. You have a gun. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Winterbank was shot by a third gun, which can only have been fired by the third intruder.
Goodness! Oh.
That's right, Mr. Graydon.
Grr.
The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Winterbank that night is you.
Hold it!
Really?
You little upstart! You made a grave mistake when you summoned me. What? What's that supposed to be? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally.
Dude, just give up already!
I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communications station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I might have witnessed the crucial No! You... Oh, no you don't. No you don't. You didn't see anything. You're gonna lie, aren't you? You see? This makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. Huh? Yeah. What? Excuse me, I'm sorry, what? What? Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket pointed that gun at that poor, defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You... What?
That's not possible!
Order! 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 Well, It would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial.
You don't say! Oi! Oi, this trial has gone on long enough! Holy moly!
No.
No. Hey, Hybrid, welcome in. Good to see ya.
Mr. Graydon. Yes. I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If this is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure.
You know what would give me greater pleasure? Seeing you get off this stand and in handcuffs. Goodness gracious, let it die! You must stop doing this. You must stop doing this.
While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Winterbank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Good gracious! This is quite extraordinary testimony.
It's all lies, Your Honor! It's all lies! It's all lies!
Please, sir, under oath, you have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Order! 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 It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation.
Yeah, right! Yeah, right! You're just trying to get off scot-free. Oh, Ash isn't working again. What the heck? Can I drag him out of the courtroom and hook him up to a lie detector? Please, I will break dimensions and disguise myself as the bailiff or cop to do so. Yeah! Yeah! Gladly. I would help you. I would help you. I don't know why Ash isn't, like, responding now. That's weird. That's really weird. I'll refresh Ash real quick. Take me with you! Oh yeah, definitely.
Huh? The truth. Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that.
Gregson! What are you doing exactly? Why are you... You should know this isn't true! You should know! Gregson, what are you doing? Oi!
Yes, well, I'm sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. See, the blood spattered over the accused coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If a coat would somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here.
Oh no.
Such an investigation is entirely possible. What? Only very recently, a German scientist had developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry.
Oh, come on, Van Zeeks. You were doing so well, buddy. Really?
There is nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound.
Ideas are no use to us here. Science as in law. Theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used, with your lordship's permission. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes.
This doesn't look good, Runo.
Why not?
Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat.
Yeah, we know.
If they test it with their chemicals...
Oh, help! You're right! I was forgetting what happened yesterday.
Don't move, Ginny! I'm going to shoot.
That's not Mr. Windibank's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood, from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time.
Yeah, that's not the right blood!
My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Van Zeeks, make it so at once.
Oh, great.
With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be... Counsel! Yes, my lord! No cross-examination! Of course, my lord. This cross-examination doesn't go well. If I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial.
You and me both. I almost said Phoenix. You and me both, Ryunosuke. You and me both. Ugh. Let's see. Woo! There it went. Whoa, sneeze finally came out. Woo! Phew! Ah, thank you, everybody. Whew! She tossed the gun out of the peephole? But wait, if that wasn't the case, she had the gun in her hand. How did it get in her hand then? Huh? Explain that, genius.
Hold it!
Did I just hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated. And then, girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there, in case any more tragedies took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistling Flute here told us to tidy up. He thinks he's our blooming mum sometimes. Well, I was praying for you, paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bullet.
What was that? What was that? Care to repeat that? What? What was that? What did he say? What? Huh? Pardon me, what now? What did you just say? Whoa! What the heck is going on here? What the heck is going on? Huh? What the heck? Excuse me? What in the world is going on here?
Excuse me.
What's happening here?
Gentlemen.
Whoa! Gregson is sweating!
Something wrong, Sunshine. That should be my line. You do realize that you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin. Blimey, this Steve's a bit of a hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw him? He grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said. Didn't you mention the third gun when we got down to the station? And why didn't you? Course, we didn't know nothing about it. All that flaming peephole in the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you? Cool, blimey. See the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this tea gives me the willies.
Yikes! Gregson is on something right now. Do we need some anger management there, buddy?
That was strange. Inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. You wouldn't normally grab someone.
Yeah! What's going on there, buddy? Something the matter? Something wrong?
No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him.
Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris.
Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character.
Yeah. Something ain't right.
What's your feeling, Runo?
As much as I hate to admit it, I don't see any obvious holes in his testimony at the moment.
But you have to find a way to break this man.
And quickly, too. Because once they discovered the blood on the overcoat Gina was wearing.
It's a bit strange that he's so sure of himself about seeing the blood splatter over Ginny's coat. It doesn't strike me as the sort of thing you'd claim if you hadn't genuinely seen it happen.
But we know that Gina didn't shoot Mr. Winterbank. So what's going on?
All I know is that it's very unfair. Why should some German scientist's test be acceptable as evidence when mine and Hurley's wasn't? Detectives can use test tubes too.
Never mind that. I have to find a really stark inconsistency in this testimony somewhere.
I wonder about that. I wonder if they're in cahoots. It could be possible that they're in cahoots. Well, I guess there's not really much we can do.
Hold it!
Mr. Windabank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we were just your regular middle-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence, says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1. So I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter. So I pulled me gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scamper. The pair of you setting him on the poor defenseless pawnbroker together? Shame on you. Sorry, Gov.
Hold it!
Let's keep pressing here. We gotta find a way to break him.
You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar on the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw that it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Windabank intend to shoot you? Well now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled my gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way. And then he scampered through that door out back. At which point, what did you do?
Yeah, well, not that we haven't heard all this before, but still, goodness gracious. Whoa! Hey, hello, raiders!
Incoming raid from Zwerry with 4 viewers. Welcome.
Hey, sorry! Welcome in! Good to see you! Welcome in, raiders! Hello! How are we doing today? A little bit of a distorted raid, yeah, just a little bit. But welcome in! Welcome in, sorry, welcome in, everybody. For those of you who are new, my name is Aria. I'm a voiceover artist on YouTube, but I also stream over here on Twitch, as you can clearly see. How are you? All right, doing okay so far. First stream back after evacuating from a hurricane. From good old Hurricane Milton. So, so far, so good. But, dealing with the criminal that is, everything okay? Yeah, everything's all right. We evacuated before the hurricane hit, and it didn't do any damage to the house. The house is okay. Everything's all right. Everybody's safe. We're all good. So this is my first stream back after coming back from the hurricane. We lost power last week, so I wasn't able to stream as well, but nothing was damaged. We're all good. We're all safe. We're all safe here. Alrighty though. How was your stream, Zuri? Darksiders War Mastered Edition. How was that? How did that go? I've never heard of Darksiders. What is that exactly? I've never heard of that before. We're just playing some the Great Ace Attorney at the moment. We're trying to finish up this final case, but goodness gracious, this witness that we're dealing with, Mr. Graydon, he's a piece of work. Let's just say, very much a piece of work. Ugh. either way, I hope that your stream went very well. It was good. It was it's a 4 horseman type games where we hack and slash through demons and other monsters. It's been 10 years since I last played it. Wow! 10 years! That's insane. Well, I hope that was enjoyable, though. Hack and slash some demons. That sounds like a jolly good old time. Alrighty. I was 17 back then. Try not to share personal information, but yes. Because age talk is not supported, but because then that could give your real age away. So, unless you're like, yeah. Because I don't want people to expose themselves. That's all good, Zuri. Just letting you know. Just letting you know. Alrighty. Oh, I'm fine with revealing my age. Alright, if that's... I mean, like, I can't... I'm just gonna ask that you don't do it in my chat. That's all. So that... Because people on the internet be creepy sometimes. That's all I ask. Alright, thank you. Alrighty, though. Sorry, if you gotta go take care of yourself, get some foods, go do what you need to do for your post-stream care. Absolutely feel free to do so. For those of you who joined from the raid, if you're planning to stick around, awesome. Continue to chill, hang out, perfectly fine. If you need to go, I completely understand.
I'm thirsty.
Thank you so much for the hydrate. We'll be lurking and you gotta get them nommies. Oh, heck yeah. Get the nommies. All the nommies. Yeah, unfortunately, Hybrid. That is very true. That is very true, unfortunately. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and continue on with this trial then, shall we? But thank you so much again, Zuri, for the raid. And welcome in, raiders. And I hope that you'll enjoy the stream.
You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you made? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom's door is a solid job, made of stout wood. Oh, excuse me. But there's a small opening in it about a head height that lets you see what's in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. And what about you burgling brothers? You see what went on through this peephole as well? They're not likely, Gov. Didn't say nothing of the sort, Gov. I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence.
How can you shove a gun through that? You can. You can, though.
So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windabank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant. This. Oh, neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next?
Hold it!
So that's when you saw her shoot him, huh?
Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. That was Mr. Windabank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Reagan, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her.
Oh, you're telling me that a pickpocket girl somehow had managed to get a gun? How are you gonna say that, huh? Was there confirmation on a third guy and not this guy's cane? He keeps using his cane a lot. Well, it was clearly a bullet hole. So even if it was like a cane sword or anything, it was more than likely it was a bullet wound. But there were three shots. One that went through the victim, one that went through Graydon's arm and into the calendar, and then another that hit our detective friend when he entered the shop. So, yeah. Pretty much. And the two guns only had one bullet fired out of each. So, leaving a pun before I go. If a ninja were to use flowers as ninja stars, would they be poinsettias? Ah! Gosh dang it, Hybrid. Gosh dang it.
Yes, the bullet from Winnebank's gun grazed my arm. And yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely. A third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon. So clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
But how? How would she have a gun with her? She's a kid, first off. Second off, she's a pickpocket and doesn't make enough money to really hold a gun. Third, why? Why on earth would she bring a gun with her? Can you answer those questions?
Objection.
But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry. You must consider the events in order. Huh?
I'm leaving the detective work to Arya. Head to hurt too much for solving this. I'm gonna sit in the back of the courtroom. I got this, Lyra. Don't worry. I got this. No question how accusations in Ace Attorney happen. Fair enough, NK. Fair enough.
At first, I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other. But then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back.
Ah!
A chilling image, I must say.
And entirely false.
Hold it!
Ah.
All over her? Yes, through the people. I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what being with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure.
But it's not Mr. Winterbank's blood, is it?
No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago.
It's so annoying. If they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that.
But they won't. So unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence to support our case.
Father.
Poor Iris. Poor Iris.
My lord! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood on the accused overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Jaina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of spattering following a gunshot wound. End of report.
Huh?
Goodness me! See? What did I tell you?
Oh, don't you even. Don't you even. You don't deserve that pose. Nah.
No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Windibank's. What on earth makes you say that, Counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, mighty bunny's friend? Sorry?
Well, not yet anyways. Not yet.
2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country.
For crying out loud, Zeeks! For crying out loud! You know better! You know that he's it! You knew that he was guilty! You know he's guilty! Don't even! Don't even! Zeeks! Bruh! My guy! Please! Cooperate! Please! Oh!
But that was... I call it a bally disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is. How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope can help me answer that problem about. It can't be done. But... We used Mr. Sholmes' specific... Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer?
Really?
I yelled out Perosky, the starving boy, and he ran away crying. Sherlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed.
Oh, shut up! You don't get no victory. You don't get no victory.
This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish.
You little...
How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Creighton could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Ah!
Huh?
Been a long battle, this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please.
No! Don't! Don't do this!
Mr. Foreman, as of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now. Sir!
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Gosh dang it! This is the 3rd time this trial!
Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict.
You're kidding me.
The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the juror's decision being equally successful. Ah! I don't believe it. We've come so far. How is it all unraveling on me so fast? How very distressing. Held in such low esteem. Huh? What do you agree, Mr. Naruto? Wait, what? Hold on! Wait! Wait! Hold on! Officer, you've delivered the report now. That will be all. Thank you. No way! No way! It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruto, that scientific truths are determined not by science. No way! No way! Hold on! It can't be! It's not possible! Hold on, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait. Wait. No way. I am awaiting with anxious breath. I am awaiting with anxious breath. What the heck? Hurry up, man! I'm anxious too, guys. I'm like, what the heck is going on? No way. No way. It can't be. It can't be. There's no possible way. But it looks like it's the case. Come on, hurry up! Gosh darn ads! Come on! Please, please. I want to see if it actually is true or not. Come on. Come on! Come on! Come on, almost there. Come on. Hurry up! Let me know when you guys are back. Let me know when you're all good. Come on. But it's not. Is it possible? Okay, we're free? Okay. Holy moly, no way. Okay, hold on. We're not there yet. Let me read this again. That scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. We certainly do! Am I going mad? Aha! I freaking knew it! Hi! Schultz is here! Yo! Hi! Let's go! Schultz has arrived! Ah!
Oh, he's hot!
Not gonna lie, Lyra, I do agree with you. The Bobby outfit does look good on him, not gonna lie! Sholmes is back! Back again! Sholmes is back! Tell a friend! Hey! Where were you? Where were you this whole time? We could have used your help!
Mr. Sholmes! What is the meaning of this?
Aye!
Order! Order! Order!
Yay! Sholmes is here!
What business do you have here? The last I heard, you were recuperating in the hospital. As well I would be, had I not been set upon an errand. What errand?
Molly, it's me to you! You're awake at last!
Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zees?
The hat flick! Ah!
well! It works so well! This trial has taken many hours of court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly! Having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes.
Okay, Zeeks, thank you. Thank you, Zeeks.
Yeah?
Thank you, Zeeks. Thank you.
Very well then. Counsel, you have 5 minutes.
Hey, I'm back in the detective outfit. Hi. 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 You're finally back. What took you so dang long?
Oh no, he's
Oh no. How is he cooler? Because he's Herlock Sholmes. That's how. He's Herlock Sholmes. That's how. Side note. And then Sholmes is like, am I fiction to you now, Zeeks? He's like, you dare call me a figment of imagination? Nah, I'ma pull up. That's basically what he was like. I've never seen this man more, but now I want to see more. Oh, we will see more in the second game, definitely, for sure.
My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you all right now? All right, I'm all wrong. Sorry. I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much. Pray forgive me that I should pass out.
Sholmes, go lay down! Sholmes, if that's the case, buddy, go lay down! Goodness gracious! Holy moly! If you're still recovering, go lay down! You're using all your strength just standing there!
Let's make this discussion as short as possible.
Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is.
Ah, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right. Modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? A leaving present. From Miss Susato. From Miss Susato?
Way. That's why Susato was talking to Sholmes? Before the trial started? Way.
If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you that. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor.
My phone is going off, I apologize.
I don't understand. Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe.
Oh! New theme! Hello? Oh, hello! New music alert! Woo! Okay! Woo!
She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruto, fighting fairly as you are, won't do. Would find yourself in considerable peril. At the very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be?
What's this?
What is this?
Oh! It's the machine I made.
Ah!
Wait, huh?
latest invention.
What is that?
I call it the cat flapper mat. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds.
Wait. You're not saying that the peephole was that? No way.
What's Susie up to?
Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world.
Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure.
Whatever does she mean by that, Mr. Solmes? That night, when you left Winterbanks in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose.
Huh? What do you mean?
That is your answer, dear fellow. No, not at all cryptic then. Not at all cryptic then. Susato-san used this cat flapper mat that night? But why?
Hi, Beast, welcome in. A compact machine for the rapid creation of small flaps and larger doors, allowing cats to come and go freely.
For 5 minutes. Over. We're out of time already? I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, After all, die is cast. Is it really? Jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. Any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder.
Eh?
Mr. Naruto. Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me? I need to be careful here. If I make the wrong move, the trial will end. Badly.
You don't say! Enjoy your wine, Zeeks? Well, I am sure.
My lord, the defense requests...
Wait! Wait, the cross-examination isn't over! It was suspended! It wasn't done! The cross-examination was interrupted! It was suspended! The cross-examination isn't over! We have some time! Further cross-examination!
Further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord, requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel. No, my lord.
He bought us time! He specifically said interrupt! Sholmes, you beautiful genius! Sholmes, you beautiful genius! How? How did you think to do that? That's crazy! Let's go!
So nobody can say anything then. If Bruno asks to resume his cross-examination of this degrading,
The court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd!
Permission to interrupt the flashback.
yes.
I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its right and will request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. A single chance to present evidence. If following that the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further. My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell into a dead faint. Leave this in your capable hands.
Sholmes? You okay, buddy? Someone could have at least caught him. Well, I'm sorry, but the motion, it was just like... That motion was a bit wild, okay? Oh, no. A man for theatrics, yes. That is Sholmes for you. Are we sure he didn't do that on purpose? He flailed that time anyway. He was just like... Oh, no. Woo! Alright. Wow. Goodness gracious. Mr. Sholmes! Well?
Okay, fair enough.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm dying. Oh. Wow. That was some timing. That was some timing on that one. Wow. Nice, Beast. I hope that you enjoy that. I hope that you enjoyed that. Oh gosh.
To stand so insouciantly before the court in such a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind, or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you?
Exactly, that's not cool. Slayer, we just watched someone kind of faint, like, very, theatrically, almost. Welcome in, Slayer.
Well then, Count, are you fully prepared? Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. Won't let Mr. Sholmes down. Or Iris.
There we go. Slap the face. You got this. I got this, I think. I think.
I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of this trial. Very well then. Under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination.
Here we go. Ooh! The music! Okay, hold on. Present? How could you see a peephole if there wasn't a peephole? Huh?
Objection!
How could you see a peephole if there was not a peephole?
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Counsel?
Oh, it's my cat flapper mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to open the main door. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves.
Hey, Loxie! Welcome in. Good to see you.
But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand.
Beast, I have not watched Bleach, so I don't have an answer for that question.
Perhaps it would be best if I described its function another way, then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine, in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windibank had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom. I can attest to that.
You have a motorbike? That's cool, Loxie. That's awesome.
Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean.
Luxie go vroom. I see.
Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No!
Woo!
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place, by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene, whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. This is a most serious act of vandalism, for which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Riddled with? Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back! However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Order! 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 Is there any credits in this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly! This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wood door?
Oh, yes! I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors.
That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second.
I had a feeling you'd say that.
What?
Waggy! Cooey! Time for dinner!
Whoa! Go Iris! Go Iris!
Well,
Ah! Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make a cat flap in the oak paneling of the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the peephole in the storeroom door at Winterbanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove it was.
no, but it's easy.
What?
The cat flaps my cat flapper mat creates are all of a fixed size. And the dimensions of the peephole at the window banks are an exact match. Hee, old Silky's lost for words.
Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned student's friend turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for the contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. Ah! What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zeeks? It's very simple, my lord.
No.
No! The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using the device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. What? Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zeeks. Well, counsel,
Don't give up now, Runo! This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through.
I don't know if I can do this, but I know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole in the door of Winterbank's storeroom was created after the event and not before. Let's see what we can find. Wait! Oh! This is it! Here! Look at the door! See no peephole? There's no peephole there! Ha! 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 It's over. It's over. This is it.
Take that!
What are you? A print from that detective's infernal cameras again. My judicial assistant Miss Usato Mikotoba is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, Counsel? This print shows a scene in the shop's moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Ah! Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Ah! Whoa! Order! I am satisfied with that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing you know now beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. But more importantly... Good Lord! There's more, Lord Van Zeeks! The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer.
Yes, that's right. Oh, you're freaking kidding me. Come on! Just go down already!
What? I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm. It's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please. No! I don't believe this. But they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit.
Still, he can't worm his way out of it now.
Iris?
You know what they say. There's no point in locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Bruno? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories.
Still, that's a valid line, Iris. Valid line.
Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements.
Wait! If he didn't see the crime, how did he know there was blood on the coat? How did he know there was blood on the coat?
What?
Objection!
How did you know, dude?
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? I'll explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witness's statement. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about. Namely,
the bloodstains on the coat!
The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right. The victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the...
Ah, no.
No, you want to finish that? No, finish that. Go ahead, finish it.
The point is not that you lied in your testimony. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Grayson, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously Has the cat got your tongue, witness? The peephole in this door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all.
Gregson! Gregson! No! You didn't! You did not!
So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock in shifts so we get through all of it. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graham, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yes, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks? Speak, Inspector.
It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. Nuh-uh! You ain't getting away! Hey, ooh, excuse me! The scene is so intense it made me sneeze! Woo! Wah! Excuse me. You ain't getting away, Gregson. Whew! Thank you. Thank you. Whew! That was a big sneeze.
There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you, permission denied.
He knows! He knows! Zeke, you know, don't you? You figured it out. You figured it out.
Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes.
Oh, indeed. Don't weasel your way out now, Mr. Bread Muncher. Now talk. Uh-huh.
Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. Realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony.
A certain person that just tried to weasel his way out of the courtroom.
And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Who is the person in question, counsel?
Who else could it be? Who else could it be?
Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony?
Who else could it be? But Tobias Gregson. I'm sorry.
Who else could it be?
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my lord. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communications station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin? Exactly. The only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a bloomin' outrage! Why would I be giving away details of our investigation to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during a recess in any case, had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view of the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't have possibly occurred. Ah!
Oh, I just remembered something, Bruno.
Making me say the same thing over and over again is useless. I hate that because it's useless, mudda mudda. Oh goodness, I see. I see.
What is it, Iris?
There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying.
Oh yes, now you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilda's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it! It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion.
They were!
It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe rag! You're making this all up! I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal or some kind. Then it starts to make sense. Ah! What deal, counsel?
Was it for the disc?
I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector.
The second disc! The second disc!
I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Well,
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return?
Yeah, what did he want?
The court must see proof of this alleged deal. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it.
Bruno, do you think it could be?
Wait, hold on. Let me... No, it has to be the disc. It has to be. Yes, it's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for an answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness?
It only could be one thing. The music box disc. It's the only thing.
Take that!
Inspector Gregson, besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How the bleeding Nora could you... We discovered, during the course of this trial, the music box deposited at Windibanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case.
Woo! Pursuit! Oh, pursuit!
Oh!
This pursuit theme is woo! Goodness gracious! Woo! Alright.
You little... Ah!
Gotcha!
Order! On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this. I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over.
No, don't! Don't give it to him! It's mine, that is mine!
I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew at the time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were to cover the medium used to convoy the secrets leaked from the ministry and do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you didn't reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony? There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the people. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. No! Yeah!
Objection!
If I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, and as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this manner.
Yeah. That sounds about right.
No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious! Then, you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person?
Yes!
The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once.
Definitely! They can only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Franksy hasn't moved from the witness stand since.
My lord, please! Order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector? This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough.
Oh, you're kidding.
However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts of my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search.
What?
What? He's going to agree to it? I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student. Made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If following the search of the inspector's personal effects no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand from yours that you are severely reprimanded.
That sounds serious.
Indeed. To have a visiting student make such a defamatory remark about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
You're just threatening me, because you're scared.
This accusation is beyond serious. Must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands. Means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, counsel. You know the implications. So let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects?
Don't search him. Don't search him. Hello, hi. Good to see ya. Don't search him. Search someone else. Search someone else.
Yes, the defense formally demands the search be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned, but your typical Nepalese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time.
I'm a lurky lurk. No worries, Flello. Thank you for stopping by.
Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide. Very well, then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal effects.
Wait a minute!
The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector. Not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have your sunshine?
Oh, no. We haven't lost it yet. Hope all is well and exciting. Pretty darn exciting so far, I would say.
The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational.
Get him?
Be quiet, all of you.
Wait, what?
Huh? Bruno's doing what you all told him to do, and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way.
Huh. Well said, young lady.
Let's go, Iris! Let's go! Well done, Iris.
Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense's counsel's conviction, and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has the disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. Counsel, of whom do you request this search now?
Uh-huh. I got it. Remember when Remember, at one point when Gregson grabbed one of the Skulkin brothers? Do you remember that? Do you remember when he grabbed one of the Skulkin brothers? Specifically Nash? Where do you think he would have put that disc, huh? He snuck it in his pocket. When he was grabbing him, he slipped it to him. He snuck it in his pocket.
Take that!
Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never. Blimey, me, him. Very well. Bailiff, restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Please, my lord. Inspector, Scotland Yard has to object to this search.
Objection!
Too late.
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. Hey! In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zeeks, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial.
Let's go, Van Zeeks! Let's go! Thank you! For crying out loud! Thank you! Oh! Ah!
Bailiff, carry out the search. Now, hold on, Mo. Oh, I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. You got it out! Ah! Here, my lord. In the witness's pocket. I found this.
It was there! Let's go!
Good lord! That's another music box disc. Oh, I don't know nothing about it. Nothing! That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson?
Got him!
Order! 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 Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett! I mean, just Gordon Flaming Bennett! I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God! Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall. What unusual behavior? Ah! It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, he did and all. I thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother, I was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me whistle like that and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when you got down in the station? That's what he said. You had it right down my ear when you did. My head's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my wig! He hid it! You... Well, I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were to cover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry. And do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush.
Ah. If Nash really didn't know about the disc, which I believe is true, then Gregson was planning on making Nash the fall guy. Yup, he was.
Hush-hush. A top-secret assignment, isn't it? Is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communication. It would seem that if the information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? Operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance you might be searched here in court, took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Ah! Does this mean? He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him. To slip the second disc into his pocket. So it was all a pretense! Well now, Inspector Gregson.
Gregson!
And you, Mr. Graydon. Are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Admit to it. Yours truly. Please. Mr. Graydon. Clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector.
Objection!
But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain.
Yes, you are! Yes, you are!
What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit. So sentence me accordingly. That is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detective. All of this is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of this is about. You... What? Oh, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in my best interest of my country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final readings. Well now, as a fellow server of the Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector.
Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character.
Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I like to put my faith in the detective, really. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. Detective has very much trusting eyes. More than this I cannot say. I don't believe it. These 6 jurors they're going to believe Gregson. If they declare their decision now...
Is Ginny going to be found guilty?
If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windibank or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Well then, counsel, I think it's time I imposed on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty.
So there's no choice then, Muno. You have to throw some more evidence at them.
This is it now. All it comes down to is this. We have to do something. I know. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? Graydon has a tight alibi. Wait a minute. I'm checking the court record for a second. I got it. I think I figured it out. That's awesome, Beast. I've seen your message multiple times. Please just... And I'll wish you a happy birthday when the time comes. Alright. I know who we need to present evidence against. Inspector, we need to present evidence against the inspector. Inspector Gregson, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. Eh? What's that then? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Exactly! Because it's a new piece of evidence. I was right in assuming that. It's a new piece of evidence, therefore, they have to examine it thoroughly. Meaning, we can put it in the music box. Well, go on. This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit to the deal he clearly struck with Graydon. This is it. This is it.
Take that!
The final piece! Is that Mr. McGilden's peculiar music box, counsel? Indeed it will, Megarok. Indeed it will. Yes. With the disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. Woo! Pursuit! Sorry, I have to bop. Oh, this Pursuit theme is so dang good! Dramatic spin. Woo! Goodness! This disc, counsel.
Hold it!
No, wait! I can't let you do that! Why not? Because, well... Because it's got nothing to do with this case, that's why!
Objection!
Not true, Inspector. The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were a part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you admit the charge? And that in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness. You're mad. If you let that secret information out in the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot!
Objection!
Then let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. Ha ha ha! That you continue to lie to the court, and all because by fair means or foul, you determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare! I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please. This court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Van Zinks, for Pete's sake, stop him!
Objection!
Inspector, you should know my methods by now. Oh, Boot! Hello, Boot! Van Zinks said with the boot, shut up! That boot slam was a shut up movement. He was like, shut your trap. Nah, I want to hear this. He's like, I'm gonna drink my wine. Let's hear this. You know? Thank you, Zeeks. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law. So let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth by fair means or foul. Hey! Oh, and thank you for that hydrate, by the way. Boot drop, yep. No! Oh. Very well. The defense's stance here and that of the prosecution have been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen as this music box is set in operation once more. This time, with the second disc in place, and both discs playing simultaneously. Oh, here we go. Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code! Alright, I admit it. Whatever you want, but for the love of God, shut that blooming box up! Bad timing on the metal pipe there, Aiden. Bad timing. Bad timing. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Hey! Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess and we were stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector. With me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge. Not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The people in the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out the people had only been made that night, after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windibank. You! Whoa! Traitor! Ah! Hey! Whoa! Whoa! Bailiff, restrain that man! What the heck? At once! The heck was that? That's it then. It's all over. I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying, to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try selling government secrets? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums make me wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out. With more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. And one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend with a queer taste. Queer talent, so you are. I've money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me a little plan now. McGilded. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs and McGilded would bury them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable by using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I'd imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again, to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, actually. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. The poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason, so I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wanted to sell to the public. I've brought the score with me. There are 2, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I made him make the 2 discs. Thereby splitting the information in 2, but taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in 2 separate transactions. First involved the first of the discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then on the receipt of the second disc, he would play 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of the deal the exchange of the second disc? Yes. I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. That doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Creighton. For why was it on that omnibus 2 months ago? Your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself. That's a good question. When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it. Understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." Oh, that was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Oh no. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make. Never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. Only then, I found out what sort of monster McGilded was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? No! Wait! As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. Crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then. And I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it at all. I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then. So I spared nothing to my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGillen himself had shown me that. Are you saying that... I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in the courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. No! Holy moly! Gilded's death that day was caused by this man. Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. What's this, officer? It's sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. It is time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. Wow! So that policeman who came to tell McGill that he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter, hired by me.
This is almost as bad as freaking Matt On Guard. This is almost as bad as Matt On Guard. No, this is worse than On Guard. This is worse than On Guard. Yikes! This is much worse. I thought that Matt On Guard's was bad. No, this is bad. This is so much worse.
McGill had used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGill inside and sent him in a one-way journey to hell. Eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. Spine-chilling account indeed. That wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end. Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed. No mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with Gilded. This is the first of the 2 discs and the music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. What's this? Winterbank's pawnbrokery? Aye, 'tis a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article which I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give it a name, just hand over a ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Grayton? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secured vault. So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide that disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And on that night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Windibanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial. That pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilden's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket. So, I started to make some inquiries. Inquires. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Windibanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilden's overcoat and the one disc that was in his pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilden was involved. Inspector, you've recovered fast.
He's okay! Oh, thank goodness. Phew!
My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fellas' possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc was still in the shop somewhere. So I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery? I can only describe as a nightmare.
Gregson kind of got choked by Graydon a little bit. He kind of got choked.
While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I located the music box I'd sold to McGilden on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? Gunshot rang out in the shop and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Oh! Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But fortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. A sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. Don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. That's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windibanks on that wretched night.
And there we have it. That's the truth. The whole truth. Entire courtroom is silent.
Earlier, old McGill did a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. A tragic irony. But what you have done is exactly the same.
Yep. It is exactly the same.
The very monster you saw and despise so deeply. Yes, I think I have.
Wow.
Now this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Grayson, one of Mr. Ashley Graydon. He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Winterbank and with the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Yeah?
It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Government Squadron standing by, sir. It is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
And there it is.
That's the stuff! I'm off the hook! Finally, Bruno! You finally managed to do it!
Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there.
Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world!
Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet.
What are you looking at me like that for?
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider.
Amazing. Mission complete.
2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, do not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Winterbank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGillicuddy's property, it seems.
I never done nothing of the sort!
Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGillicuddy's coat in your cell yesterday or anything.
Yeah, that's kind of a problem.
Oh, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening.
And turning our attention to the defense, determining that, when played together, the music box disc contains a message of in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, the prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Crap! But very sorry about that. It was the only way I could get Inspector Grayson to admit what he'd done, so...
Wait, huh? Who said that?
Isn't that...
Oh, it's you!
If it's about the sounds produced by the music box before, I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all.
What? What are you saying, madam?
Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact.
Goodness, madam. An unhealthy level of obsession one feels.
And I must say that, in my opinion, the sounds procured by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones.
What? What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you? Those discs contain ministerial secrets, Sunshine. This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of government communication. No McGilded conspired to make national trade secrets with our enemy. Secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue this matter further. It's really going to bother me. Miss Lestrade.
Yeah, my lord.
That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity. An appalling expense to befall any child.
Come on. It ain't nothing. It doesn't see most days in the backslams.
I beg your pardon?
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes.
Gina.
But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you gotta start at home. You gotta change how you are yourself. There you go, Gina.
Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I'd say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade ever gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Winterbank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade,
Not guilty! We did it! Woo!
Woo! That is all. Court is adjourned.
Oh? What's going on here?
On a personal, I must say you surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Ah. Oh! Despite being a Nipponese, saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that English, and at the same time, saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent, judging character, especially considering our very different cultures.
I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan.
No, he's hot!
You ruined the moment! You ruined the moment, Dark! Gosh dang it!
We're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside.
That right there. That has never been a truer statement. That has never been a truer statement. We're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. True words. True words spoken.
Oh, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. Oh? It?
It's fine, Dark. It was joking. It was joking. No big deal.
When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand.
Huh?
Mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask, and one day when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, and I'll wait for that day if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago. It gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose.
Huh? How so? Huh? I wonder what that could mean.
So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again.
Dark, there's no need to beat yourself up. I wasn't genuinely serious. Calm down, it's okay. Is he foreshadowing their descendants? Perhaps. But remember, there is an entirely other game after this.
It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Ah! Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent.
Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me. Right up until the end. You're as odd as your name.
What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I?
No one ever has before, you see. You have to promise, I mean. Properly.
That's awful.
I figured something out today. All my life growing up in the slums, I never trusted no one. But that's just cause I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down.
Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of that in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know, though, Tina, I worked something out quite recently, too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson.
Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though.
I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure.
For crying out loud, pack it in! But, I suppose, I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright.
Thanks. This is the way I see it, Skate.
Why? Dang it! Ah!
A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean, Kazuma. Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Huh?
Who said that?
Pardon the interruption.
No, not again! Sholmes!
But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Ah, that voice! It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruto. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Ah ha ha! Yes, it was me all along! I would have said when you finally noticed me. But you people, with your incessant babbling!
Ah! Mr. Sholmes!
Ah ha ha! Yes, it was me all along! You see?
Dude! Are you okay?
I'd assume you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. I happened to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruto. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you.
Oh! We're friends? Oh! Thank you for the head pat. Do 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 do. Ah! My headphone cord got stuck. Blah. We're friends?
Oh, thank you.
Some great detective you are. Quit it being cold as ice, maybe.
Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade?
Well, you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed. Some of us have been fighting for our lives.
Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but well, have a feel.
Gosh dang it, Sholmes.
Would you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade.
What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted?
Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest.
Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working on hands up dead anyway. Is that it?
The very point I was trying to make. And exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilden. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself.
Yeah, well, it won't bother me.
Oh, really?
Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like I'm upstairs. Like him upstairs.
Him upstairs? You mean like God?
Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. You won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There's some coves like that bog trotter what are rotten to the core. But at the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve.
I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another.
Well, I ain't like the McGildeds of this world. So I ain't scared. I got principles, you see.
A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade.
Oi! Just give a rest, alright?
As I was saying, congratulations are in order. News of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina.
Well,
There you are! Hurley, how long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there.
Ah, Iris, my dear. I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves.
What happened?
As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these two dolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. And you imagine, Iris, would you credit it?
I'm not sure, really.
I beg your pardon?
I'm not sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day.
I'll be careful.
well done, Iris.
Ouch.
Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight. But you won't be able to come, will you?
Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You heard the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offences. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the bug trotter's stuff, what was in his log, blah blah blah.
Yeah, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense.
A diving ain't an offence. It's a job, ain't it?
I don't think so.
Iris is savage. Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Otto?
Well, no. But I was never a pickpocket.
Well, anyway, I reckon I can make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for 'em. Hey, you got this, Iris. I mean, Gina. I'm mixing up names now. Gosh darn, I'm tired.
That's a wonderful idea, Ginny. And I'm sure you can do it. What is it?
Nothing.
Miss Gina Lestrade. The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once.
Right. Well, looks like I'm off then.
Yes. Goodbye, Gina. And good luck.
Otto.
Yes?
Whoa! What we doing? What's going on?
Ah! What was that for?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so...
Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you.
Oh. Oh, yes! It's good advice, Ginny.
Right, I see. Well... Thanks, Odo. Thank you for everything what you've done. For believing in me.
crying! Someone's just chopping onions in here! Ah! Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Well, there she goes. Wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, well. Quite the indomitable pigpurse.
Oh, I nearly forgot. I've got a paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't that wonderful?
Should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled.
Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news?
Not again.
Well, what do you say, Bruno? Hurley?
As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news.
And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it?
Let's not go there.
Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. There was a record level of rainfall apparently.
Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news?
The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The canal in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more.
Wait, Dover?
That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we still may be able to make it in time to wave Susie off.
We can say goodbye! But, won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Holmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. I know the great detective does it again. Indeed, he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. What? You blackmailed him? Buddy! I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way.
What are we waiting for then? To land in Victoria!
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, fair enough. 18th of April. This 5:32 a.m. Port of Dover, Quayside. That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated.
Susie's boat must be about to leave now.
Susato, where are you?
No.
No. Over there. Look. Looks like she's reading.
Hold it!
Wait! Mr. Sato, wait! What are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo? What are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? Well, she was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it?
Oh dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying for my final farewell.
You were saying goodbye to law? You? Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Susato?
I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable.
That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie?
On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember.
Oh, yes! We had a wonderful time!
Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean.
Oh, that was so much fun! I stole Runo's armband!
Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me.
Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages.
On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flapper mat, so I put it up my sleeve.
Really?
And then I rather forgot about it, until I found myself in Mr. Winterbank's shop with it later that night.
I see.
And then... Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes!
Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. Right.
After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind.
The storeroom door, you mean?
Yes. If Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. At that moment, the little device I had up my sleeve sprang into mind. I was so worried about Gina. I simply had to know.
So, you used the cat flapper map to make the peephole in the door.
As captured in a photographic print of the shop. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
Neat. It was one of the first importance, that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to me Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing.
But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier.
The trial of Magnus McGilded.
I thought about how he manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Winterbank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing.
You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime?
Yes, that's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case.
What do you mean?
Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door.
Ah. For which a peephole would be the very thing.
Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference.
The possibility of a rather ingenious trap. What? A trap? Is that why she did it?
So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police.
I know.
And I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong. A criminal offense, even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner, with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan.
She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene.
Yeah, that would have been a problem.
So Miss Susato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake and Miss Lestrange's. Miss Susato.
Truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant.
What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Raiden is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Susato, what you did saved Gina's life.
Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too, from my regrets.
Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrange's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure.
But the revelation that music box disc contains secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo! What a triumph to work that out! I'm full of admiration!
Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was.
Oh? It wasn't?
There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see. A telegraph operator. She said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect. After all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher, to avoid being readily understood when they should they have been intercepted. In cipher. I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-byte problem, I assure you.
Sholmes? What did you do? Asogi? Huh?
What?
Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny!
No.
What? Wait! Iris, what did you just say?
Oh, I just said Asogi. Does that word mean something to you?
Mean something? Asogi was the name of my best friend.
What?
But how? How do you know that name, Iris? Yeah, how? How?
I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box.
She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius.
I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least.
Oh!
It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries across the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages.
I don't believe it! Are you saying?
That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it?
And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says Asogi?
Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code.
Iris, would you let me see that? Miss Susato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. What? Let's go! Let's go, Susato! Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version? Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please.
Of course.
But what can this possibly mean? Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes. It's made the color drain from Susato-san's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names? The first is Kei Asogi. Kazuma Asogi. Why? Why was his name on that disc? The second is A. Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name. The third is T. Gregson. Gregson? Ah, it would seem Tobias Gregson is the 3rd man on the list. What? And what's his name doing in a secret government communication as well? And the last name. What's the matter, Miss Susato? It's just so strange. So unexpected.
Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense.
The last name is J. Wilson. Huh? The victim from the first case?
What?
Wilson?
John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy?
It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan.
So, Daddy could be in Japan then, where Susie and Runo come from.
Oh, well,
No, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be a lot of J's among them.
Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at Imperial Yume University. But we can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windibank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very large, dark cave.
You ain't kidding!
I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside.
Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon.
Yes, it seems so.
I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change on to a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan.
You're really going then, Susie?
Wish you a safe passage, Susato.
Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best.
Miss Susato, I'd hoped to have you always at my side. Guide me and support me.
Mr. Naruhodo!
Please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world.
I'm quite sure. I'll be back before you know it.
Really, Susie?
Oh, don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill.
A promise?
About your manuscript.
Ah,
Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskerville.
well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise.
Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes?
do you remember the first time we met?
Yes, of course. On the SS Buria, when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown.
You know very well what I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy.
Miss Susato.
And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. Cutscene!
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least.
Oh!
Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Oh! What's this? That was quick. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have some rather awkward. Railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently.
Huh?
Huh?
It caused such a commotion on the line. All the other trains had to wait at stations.
But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything, and how it was all your fault.
Ha!
Huh? Huh?
Oh, we got the classic Ace Attorney ending going on here.
I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Miss Susato,
You love defending yourself in court.
Huh? Huh? Huh?
It's all right. I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See?
Mr. Sholmes? Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly. Any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow.
Oh, yes, I love Bruno's words. And I'll know just the one he'll use.
Then, I really must say...
Objection!
Hey! Hey! And that's it! Let's go! Ooh! Ah!
Objection!
Objection!
In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over Europe. Something was afoot. Though it transpired I had ordered them all myself. So I advertised them for sale, used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I've earned. Consulting detective work pays a pittance by comparison.
I mean, you ain't wrong. You ain't wrong.
I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement. For some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts.
Wow.
Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradiction. Exactly. Really do rare Koban coins under the rare stakes themselves. Well, I don't know Sir Nose's father as an innocent man, or are you calling my son a liar? Witnesses, my courtroom is no place for your petty arguments.
Ah, the good old Japan judge. Japanese judge. Hosonaga!
Having delivered the Russian danger to shore in Shanghai, I laid low on the steamship for a while. But last night I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I've done nothing wrong! All I did was get Wanga Hai's offspring refuge in my pocket!
Oh my gosh. Oh, Hosonaga is hot, apparently. It's been a while since we've seen Hosonaga. It feels like it's been forever. Hosonaga is awesome.
Scientific investigation will be the gold standard for policing in the new age. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds till my next appointment.
Oh my gosh, Strongheart. Strongheart acting like Father Time again. Uh-huh.
The latest France magazine is out and I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Wanna hear it? Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. Her ladyship puts me to shame.
All right, Gregson. Indeed, Dark, indeed.
Been visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course. Only my old jailbird. Must say battling with those bally stairs every day has done wonders for the dicky pig. Managing one well with the housework too. Got this maid vision. Hope the gossiping neighbors don't realize the man of the house is his own maid.
Hey, you gotta take care of the house yourself sometimes. It is what it is. Oh, these two.
My Rolly is back on the beat again, all thanks to the Reaper.
There's nothing I enjoy more than these days than hunting out small change in the gutter. I'm a better Bobby now, looking out for Londoners, their dropped halfpennies, and my lovely wife. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly.
Alright. These two. Oh, you two. Ah. Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for a natter, so it ain't too boring. She's always going on about all them cases what Sholmes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kinda interesting when you get into them. Not gonna lie, I feel that one, Gina. Feel that one. Can Gina become an honorary member of the baby squad? Why not? Why not?
Yes, I renounce my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. But regrets? Please. Give over, bruv. That ain't the Ash we used to know. We got time in here to plan the comeback of Milverton and Skunkin's milk run, right? The Three Musketeers. Milk in the herd were all it's worth.
Oh gosh! The Three Musketeers! Oh no! Oh no, that sounds like a disaster waiting to happen. This past 6 months has been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that's what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise, your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well. Oh, Susato. Oh. Oh, that's a great picture. That's great. That's fantastic. Holy moly. Oh, what's this? Oh! Oh, cool! Hmm. All the characters going by, all the characters we've met. Oh, and there's Brett. That lovely woman. That lovely woman. Oh. Mikotoba and Susato. Best part is we didn't get much of Pain. Thank goodness we didn't get much of Pain. Are you kidding me? Thank goodness we didn't get much of him. Well, Pain only gets one and his ancestors too. Yep. Oh. And that's where Kazuma stops. Oh. But why was his name mentioned? Why?
I'm still wondering about that. I don't know, it's just... I'm not sure. It's just... I don't know how to feel. Do you think he's still alive somehow? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm genuinely just not sure. All of the characters going by. Hey, there's Sholmes. Hey, buddy. Hey, and Sholmes walks with us. Let's go. Let's go. Maybe we'll see something about him in the next game? No idea. At this point, we'll just have to wait and see. Hey, Iris! You gonna walk with us too? Yay! There she is! Let's go. Whoa! Look at how tall Zeke's is! Holy flippin' moly! Zeke's is tall as heck! Holy moly! Zeke's be a big, big man. Yep. Yup. That's height, though. Yeah? Don't even, Aiden. Don't even do it. Don't even do it. The Great Ace Attorney Adventures? Fiend. Huh? Fiend? Whatever you want to, however you want to say it. Okay? Don't come for me. I'm not crying. I'm totally not. Totally not. What the heck? So basically, next time, we'll be starting a... Ooh! Whoa! Woohoo! Okay! Alright! Well, on that note, that'll be so exciting, and we'll start that next time. Holy flippin' moly. That was crazy! Holy moly! Can we get
one more GA hype in chat. I don't care that we almost went for 5 hours. That was worth it. That was worth every second. Holy moly. Whoop whoop! Ah! Holy crap! We need a fan art of that walking credits, but with the baby squad. I'm writing it down. So, what we've taken from this is we got Gina acquitted. We found the real culprit. And we ended up deciphering, like, decrypting the message and finding out that there are 4 names on it, one of which we don't recognize. So, but Asogi, Gregson, and Wilson. Interesting. Thank you for the hydrate, by the way. I guess in the second game we'll have to figure out what in the heck is going on here. Why on earth are these names on this list? What is going on? I have no idea what's happening. Like I said, I'm going into this blind. Yeah, and Kazuma, who is supposed to be dead, his name is on there for some reason. Very concerning. Well, either way, on that note, let's go ahead and call it for today. Holy moly, what an epic stream. What an epic comeback stream in general. What an epic stream to come back to on my first day back from quite a long break. I'm glad to be back, and I'm glad we got to do this today. Let's go ahead and find somebody to raid before we head off of stream today. Let's see. Who is live that we can raid today? Let's see. Mia is live. Oh, I appreciate that, Jade. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Let's go ahead and raid our friend Mia today. Give her some support today. If you're headed over to the raid, which you please should, to support our friend Hanamiya, please type Shadesley raid in the chat once we get over there. Also, be sure to follow all of her rules as you would mine, and once again, as always, have fun. Alrighty. Tomorrow, there would normally be no stream tomorrow, but we will be doing something special tomorrow. If you didn't see from the schedule, we will be doing an evening karaoke for my birthday tomorrow, which will be super fun, I hope. A little bit chaotic, but prepare for lots of music tomorrow. I'm so looking forward to it. It's my first karaoke stream, so prepare for a little scuff. Alrighty. Thank you so much for coming, everybody, and I will see you all tomorrow evening. Bye! Stay sharp, Shadeslayers!